All right, so with that all said and done, everything is live. Oh. And the nice thing is I can even be in Discord while doing this because it's not capturing my desktop audio. It's only capturing audio from the game and my mic. Sorry, what was that? Ah, so you can go totally Roman. Uh, did you ever use that exploit in Rome Total War? Oh, if you ever do get into going to like some of the older RTS games, well, semi RTS, because Rome Total War has everything that you do on the map. The map is turn-based, and then when you get into actual combat, it goes into real time. Um, and the Romans in that game have battle dogs that they can deploy. They've got like 4 or 5 human handlers, and then they'll have upwards of like 50 dogs per unit. Well, even if the dogs all get wiped out, as long as the handlers live, the unit lives, and the unit can regenerate over turns. And the dogs can be deployed separate from the handlers. You can have the handlers stay back behind your shield wall and just have a mass of like 400 dogs just charge into the enemy from the side. It's very mean. All right, so yeah, Rome Total War, and then that kind of kicked off the whole Total War franchise. Funnily enough, Rome Total War also saw constructive uses. The History Channel used the battle simulator for the real time combat to do simulations of ancient battles in order to show them off for one of their TV shows they did. Okay. All right. So, who do I want to play as? Do I want to do a spell dancer or do I want to do a backstabber? Yeah. Backstabber's fun, especially if you're going pure backstab, because you just run around in very light armor with 2 daggers, dodging everything, and then shanking people for trying to hit you. And then Spell Dancer is something I actually perfected in a modded version of Elden Ring. It's not from this version, from like the base game, but it does work in the base game. Essentially, you run around in, again, as light an armor as you can get away with, no shield, just your staff, maybe a dagger in your offhand, maybe, but usually just the staff and like a talisman for using the holy magics. And you dodge around the enemy and then blast them with magic every time they have to recover from trying to hit you. In fact, it's best run with no health potions, so actually that wouldn't be a bad idea. Uh, Oh, um, I know you probably don't have a history of allergies since you probably would have already tried it then, but antihistamines might not hurt. Sometimes even if you don't have like seasonal allergies, just overexposure. Oh, okay, yeah. That at that point, the only thing I can recommend is homemade chicken soup and rest. All right, sorceries. Okay, let's see here. Yeah. In fact, I think Twitch auto mutes copyrighted stuff. So, Let's see here. Okay, cool. So, all right, Ancient Death Rancor is going to be one of my main spells. Oh, well, let me know when you get to. Well, let me know when you get to Haratoga the 34th. All right, let's see here. Oh, Angel the Auspicious. Or Angel the Avenger, one of the two. Yeah. Well, if you complete 5 contracts during this oath, then you'll get a boost to your renown, which means future contracts will pay better. It's an investment. Oh, yeah, Brigands and Brigand Raiders. That's going to hurt. Okay, so okay. Now the real question, do I play as Harry or Molly? Da, 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 da. Yeah, we'll play as Necromancer Molly. All right. Actually, if I'm going to be playing as Necromancer Molly, I need different hair color. And then going Necromancer, Black Mage, her eyes should be black. Alright, we'll save her to a new favorite slot as the Necromancer version. Okay. Alright, now I need armor.
The great Elden Ring was shattered. In our home, across the fog, the lands between.
It doesn't really look like what I want.
Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish. Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment by the greater will. Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead.
Okay,
The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask. Fear.
oh no. Anyway.
The loathsome Dung-Eater. And Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing.
Okay, the perfumer set looks like hot garbage.
And one other, whom grace would again bless. A tarnished of no renown. Cross the fog, lands between. To stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord.
Okay, what are we looking at equipment-wise here? No to the short sword. No to that. It's still a medium equipment load. I need to get this girl's endurance up. Jesus. That should take me to a light load. No. Okay, now we're down to a light load. Alright, what do I have in the way of spells? Glintstone Pebble, Glintstone Arc. Not a lot to work with. That's okay, you died. Yep, that is a big bunch of nope. Oh, grats.
Don't worry, Torrent. Fortune is on her side. We found her here after all. One of her kind is sure to seek the Elden Ring.
Okay. God, I haven't done... Oh. Wow, it sounds like your guys are it sounds like your guys are sharing the myriad injuries of James Duhan. Yeah. Uh, Toga, did you ever take care? Uh, yeah, Toga. Did you ever watch the original Star Trek? Duhan was Scotty, and it's only visible in some scenes, but you may notice that he's missing the middle finger of his right hand. Yep. D-Day, World War II. His unit ended up kind of stuck on the beach, and he was coming back from having had a smoke. One of the sentries misidentified him and hit him with a burst from a Bren gun. 4 rounds took him in the knee, 1 round blew off the middle finger of his right hand, and 1 round got caught in the cigarette case in his chest pocket. Funny thing is, after that, he went on to fly with the Canadian Air Force, get known as the craziest pilot in the Canadian Air Force, after he took a scout plane and flew it between a line of telephone poles on either side of the road to show it could be done. And then at one point, apparently while he was doing a scouting run, he saw a column of German troops, and he tried strafing them with his sidearm. Yep. Oh, dagummit. I forgot Glintstone Pebble has really bad range. Okay, so that's... Okay, there's how I sprint. God, it's been too long since I played this. Elden Ring. We got a DLC coming out in the next week and a half. Yeah, they decided apparently the game didn't have enough bosses. So on top of the 238 bosses and unique field bosses in the main game, they're adding 40 new ones in the DLC. All right. Come here, buddy. Okay, and so I've got a little area to sneak through, and then the boss room. Do I have a dagger? No, I don't. Yep. Yep. God. Yep. They can't change Unity version. They can't change coding functions. Well, I wouldn't say it's really. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right. I need to go ahead and find myself some. It's a different genre. Skyrim is kind of a pseudo RPG, whereas this is well, it's a Dark Souls game. Um, uh, the company that made this, they started off with Demon Souls, then they did Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, then Bloodborne, and then they went ahead and they did this one. Um, there is an online function if you wish. I don't play with the online function because I know the people who play PvP in this game are usually assholes. Well, this game it works a little bit differently. So every player is in their own world, but if you have the right items, you can invade the world of a player who's online. And once you've invaded their world, you are non-hostile to the enemies in the open world, and you show up as a red glowing version of your player avatar that's chasing them down. Alrighty, let's go ahead and grab that. We'll talk to this prick.
Oh, yes. Tarnished, are we? Come to the lands between for the Elden Ring? Hmm? Of course you have. No shame in it. Unfortunately for you, however, you are maidenless, without guidance, without the strength of runes, and without an invitation to the Round Table Hold. You are fated, it seems, to die in obscurity.
Yeah. The guy is a little bit of a douchebag. Once I get further along in the story, though, he can help me get some very fun gear. So I won't kill him. Yet. After I get the very fun gear, I do end up having to kill him, but... let's see here. God, there's so many places I really want to go. Two things I need to do, though. I need summons, and I need the Church of Marika. All right.
You're tarnished, and I can also see that you're not after my throat. Then why not purchase a little? I am Kale.
Let's see.
You should buy yourself a crafting kit and essential ring. The kit costs a bundle, but the important thing is that you...
What all do you have for sale? I don't have a lot of runes, but you do have a few handy items. I'll need to buy all those cracked pots from you eventually.
I'm glad you took my warning to heart.
Eh. 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 All right, now I got to remember how to trigger Ronnie, because Ronnie is a very important character. Little piggy, stay away from me. I forgot bashing somebody with the staff does like no damage. I've done the warrior thing a lot, and I mean it's fun. It has its uses, but I want to see how far I can take a nearly pure spellcaster. I will get a blade at a point down the line, but it's a blade that's meant for spellcasters. It runs purely off of faith and intelligence. And I'm going to be getting incantations which require faith, so my character is going to have to become a very brainy pseudo-priest. Yeah, you can wear the heaviest armor you want. Problem is, the heavier the armor, the stronger you have to be able to wear it and not be encumbered by it. And I like being unencumbered. Oh, see, that's a fun thing. The Souls games do not restrict armor by class or anything. The class that you start with determines your starting equipment and abilities, but you still have the ability to equip whatever the hell you want as long as you have the stats for it. Yep. I was counting on him to guard. Oh well. Thank you. Thank you. Come again. All right. I won't. Yeah. Yeah. Well, apparently making a character who's supposed to be Indian sound like he natively speaks Punjabi is, racist. Yeah. Well, I remember at one point. They were wanting to restrict, make it to where you can only play that which you are. I'm like, okay, so you have to be black to voice a black character. Okay. Do you have to be white to voice a white character? Oh no, that would be racist. I'm sorry, what? Come on, buddy. Yeah, but these are really weak trash mobs. Like, if I was going at them with a greatsword, they'd be like 1 or 2 hit wonders. 12 cores, 64 gigs of RAM, 4060 Ti with 16 gigs of VRAM. Okay, you know what? I think I need to change tactic with you. All right, come on. Come on. You want to swing again? Damn it. Oh, great. You get to charge while shielded. There we go. That was a full hit. Just need a few more of those. Okay, thank you. That totally like I wasn't sprinting and dodge rolling at that time. Oh well. Well, he did, but it wouldn't let me enter the roll animation either. During the roll animation, you're invulnerable. I kind of do. I'm gonna have to go ahead and do something I don't normally like to do. This isn't me cheating, this is just me stepping away from the build for a moment for sanity's sake. Okay, so I need to go. Oh yeah, Chaos Marines. It was Chaos. Imperial Guard had something else. Okay, so he's got the dog sleeping next to him. I really would rather slip in between those two groups, which means I need... There you are. Alright, let's grab the map steel while I'm here. Yep. Alright, and actually while I'm thinking about it, okay, that lets me go with a light load. Good. Because a light equipment load means I can roll faster. Oh well. Jesus, he can jump. Yeah, the guy with the standard great shield, pretty easy to kill. This guy is the one that's frackin' annoying. Come on. I will chip you to death. Nope. Eat rock, son of a bitch. Those guys drive me insane. Wait, you're still alive? I think that's too far for my spell. Oh. And there's my runes I lost from when I died earlier. There's the doggy that ruined everything. And I should have an upgrade item in here. Well, not necessarily an upgrade item, it's an item that lets me transfer special abilities between weapons. Flintstone blade. War Stomp. Oh, Whetstone knife, that's what it was. Same fracking difference. Lets me essentially scrape a special ability off of a weapon and apply another one. Now, to go and find my maiden. So I can get the damn horse, so I can go get Ronnie. I don't care if you have a shield. I have magic. I will get through it eventually. Okay, and now she should appear and offer me a half goat, half horse.
Greetings, traveler from beyond the fog. I am Melina. I offer you an accord. Have you heard of the Finger
Yeah.
Maidens?
In case you haven't gotten the vibes already from her, Haratoga, this is a crazy lady.
Offering guidance and aid to the tarnished. But you, I am afraid, are maidenless.
Yeah, well, when it comes time to burn down the tree that is like the main core of the game, she decides that she gets to be the match.
Into strength to aid you in your search for the
Yeah.
Elden Ring. You need only take me with you.
Yes, by setting herself on fire and then casting herself into the tree.
Then it's settled. Summon me by grace to turn runes into strength.
I don't know. I do know that if you take the crazy ending, you can actually tell her, no, 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 no. I will light myself on fire. I do that a lot, and then jump in there. And
Use
she
it
gets a little
to
salty,
traverse
actually.
great distances. It will summon a spectral steed named Torrent. Torrent has chosen you. Treat him
Lady, that thing don't look like no Pokemon I've ever seen before. And I've seen one that looks like a sitting congresswoman.
Let my hand rest upon you for but a moment. Share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions,
Alright.
principles you would
So I got 3 points I can burn. Where do I really need the where do I really need the stats? I need at least an 8 faith to wield some of the early incantations. I'm going to need a lot more later because the sword I want requires, like, I think 16 or 24 faith. You know what? Endurance and vigor for now. I need more HP and I need to be able to carry more so I can wear more equipment. Okay. Now that that's done. Yes, I know about the pouches. I'll use them later. I need to go to the Church of Ella. Because now that I have the horse, the crazy frost witch should appear.
May I have a word?
And yes, she has 4 arms.
Pleasure to meet thee, Tarnished. I am the witch Renna. I'd heard tell of a Tarnished hurtling about atop a spectral steed. And upon looking into the matter,
Well, she is a doll. You may notice the wrist joints.
thou art possessed of the power, no? To call forth a spectral steed named Torrent.
She was born mortal, but this is her current body of residence.
Ah, as I had hoped. I was entrusted this for thee by Torrent's former master.
Yep. Possessed by the daughter of the headmistress of the School of Magic.
'Tis a bell for calling forth spirits. Summon them with it. From ash and return to the Erdtree, the spirits will obey thine command but briefly, as they recall battles past. Now it is thine.
Yeah, the funny thing is, that ability gets a little broken. Okay, okay, there we go.
Forgive mine intrusion, Tarnished. I doubt we shall again meet. But all the same, learn well the lands between. How long
Oh, don't worry, we'll meet again. I'll see you at your tower, lady.
the Tarnished tire of a base
I have many quests to do with you. But, yeah. Well, it was pretty much a projection. She never leaves her tower. Yeah, the bell that lets me summon spirits, there's a whole bunch of spirit summons you can get in this game, including one of the original assassins who assassinated a god with a blade imbued with the power of death. But of all the various summons you can get, one is called a mimic tier. The mimic tier will impersonate the summoner. So whatever equipment and whatever abilities you have, the mimic tier gets. It had its moments. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, even some of the stuff that follows him is filler. Literally, if you go through and you look at the stuff that's... they have a couple of websites that list like what episodes are filler and what episodes are actually going off of the original story. It gets a little long, the list of stuff that there's episodes you can skip. There's entire seasons that can be skipped. All right, so I need to go to the Third Church of America, and I need to go... Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to go to the really, really nasty place. That's gonna be fun. Okay. Well, so there are status ailments in this game, and several of them are just, very basic, bare bones stuff. The death status ailment, if you hit maximum on it, you die. Bleed, if you hit maximum on it, you hemorrhage a massive amount of blood. But there's 3 damage over time status effects: poison, deadly poison, and scarlet rot. Poison, it's garden variety poison. It's damage over time. Deadly poison is the same, but a little bit harsher. Scarlet rot takes a percentage of your maximum health every tick. And there's an entire section of the map that is nothing but scarlet rot. Believe it or not, early to mid game. It's an early to mid game area, especially since I can access it now technically. So let's see here. So I need to swap out the Memory of Grace because it's useless. We'll put that in there. Okay, yeah, so it is what I thought it was to mount and dismount. Good. This is a goat horse. Aye, but not for the reason you'd think. Well, at least in here it gives like an excuse. You're essentially jumping off of a platform made out of hardened energy. Somewhere between magic and spirit. Alright, so we do that, and then this also lets me do something fun. Oh, I forgot the Knight's Cavalry is going to be up here because it's nighttime. Oh, this is going to suck.
Yeah, you there. Stop pretending you can't see me. Oh, yes. I remember. Some clod turned me into... You were just breaking... Thank you. I was put and I ended up... Oh, when they threw... So this is all I have to... I hope... Or... I could sneak back into the cave. Then I'd be of...
Alright, well, we'll go get his seamstress kit later. Oh, Black Desert Online? Yep. Yeah, and he just literally shoulder checked me to death. I am nowhere near strong enough to fight an... well, once I've got access to the spell I want, he'll be easy. Because the spell I want lets me fire about 8 homing missiles of necrotic energy. Nice thing is, he's no longer there. It's just the standard cavalry. The Knight's Cavalry is gone. Because they only appear at night. Undead are harmed by healing, but I don't know if he counts as undead for that particular function. There are certain creatures, though, in this game, it is actually easier to kill them by healing them because all other magics really don't work well enough. Oh, whoops. I tried to do a frickin' jumping attack. Wasn't in a position to jump. What's in that? Yeah. So those are giants that have been essentially speared and they're being used as horses to draw a carriage. Even the ones who haven't been speared look pretty unhealthy. Giants are not exactly in the best shape lately. Alright, so I could go fight that big plant, but before I go doing something stupid like that, trying to remember where the room is that I'm looking for. It's not here. It's not here. Ah. Oh, this is better than a dungeon. Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what? I forgot to equip something. God damn it. And I don't think I'm going to get a chance to do it now. Oh well. I can come back in and get my HP, because I forgot to equip something I should have before going into a boss fight. Yeah, I'd like to spawn back at the Stake America, thank you. Alright, I need you, and I need to set you to the wolves. Yeah. Yeah. So 77. While there is no like universal government health care here, there is government health care programs for people who are, disabled, so over a certain age, so on. private healthcare here is actually a bit worse than it used to be, because before 2012 and before we passed the ACA, I could actually afford health insurance on a working wage. After the ACA, which was the Affordable Health Care Act, or the Affordable Care Act, no, there's less competition, which means there's less reason to have low prices. Yeah. It's one of those annoying things. Whenever government gets involved in healthcare, you end up paying somewhere along the line, either in time to receive help or in cost. We paid in cost. Government got involved with healthcare, everything got more expensive. At least we're not doing as bad as Canada is, though, because Canada is paying 3 ways. Yeah, because the Canadians pay in money with higher taxes. They pay in time with very, very horrible service time. Like one guy I've seen talk about the Canadian healthcare system. His mom needed an MRI, and they were looking at an over 6-month wait. He managed to grease some palms and get her down to a 3-week wait for a necessary radiology test.
Tarnished, are we? I wonder you should turn up here. I am Selen, a sorcerer, quite plainly. Why are you here? Ah, well, your aptitude does one must. I was exiled as a revive. You still wish to. Very well, but I refuse to anticipate grievances, younger.
Yeah. All right, so I don't have the ability to buy any of her spells yet, so we're gonna have to leave that for now. Main thing is, yeah, yeah. The other main thing with living in America is you got to be careful about picking what state you're gonna live in. Oh yeah. Well, also not even just that, like the culture, because I mean, Oregon, which I used to live in, very much not a state to live in if you want to avoid crime. Wyoming, the state I'm currently living in, we're like in the bottom 5 or 7 of the United States for crime rate. Yep, and Oregon is kind of the central nexus for a lot of homeless people in the western half of the country, because they kind of encourage it. Yeah. Plus, there's a lot of parts of this country where. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was about to say, there's a lot of parts of this country where bacon, beer, and titties is a way of life. Well, America. Well, uh, well, the problem is that with the way our country is set up, the only way for us to abolish the states is to completely rewrite the Constitution. We were literally designed to be a country of states because, at least if the federal government would honor the Constitution, all powers not enumerated to the federal government in the Constitution remain with the states. It's meant to prevent tyrannical centralization of power.
You do well to steer clear of a Gill Lake. And it says Fizo. Stay clear. Don't be a fool.
Okay, that's just blood. Yeah, that's blood-soaked Yura. He actually hunts NPCs that invade the world to kill the player. I'm actually going to be using him to acquire a dagger here in a little bit. So, he's supposed to look more shinobi-esque, but yeah. What's supposed to be one way ends up turning out the other. Oh, I made a wrong turn. I need to go northeast from the cellar waypoint. Okay. I need to get to the Church of America, and that is a ways off. No, I'm streaming it. I'm streaming it to YouTube, Twitch, and Discord. The stream's only getting my mic audio and the audio from the game. Yep. But there's no one watching at the moment anyway, so. Yeah, well. Yeah, well, there's no one in the stream, but at the same time, I mean, what's being talked about is fairly often in line with the game, so it's not terrible. Okay, it's not going to bug me, man. If anybody has a problem with me talking about it, the way the things work over here and the way of politics, they can just get the hell off my stream. Yeah, I could probably kill you guys, but you're not worth the effort right now. Killing the giants would be a problem, but that's just simply not having enough MP because they have way too much health. All right. Okay, can you let me access the map? No one's chasing me at the moment. All right, I'm gonna have to get far enough away to get out of combat. This is a joke. There we go. Okay, yeah, so I follow this road, and then I'll cut down there to get the map steel. Oh, I'm up here in Wyoming. Oh, depending on well, depending on what you count as reports, there's been reports in pretty much every state because. Okay, so you're talking about modern stuff. Yeah, I believe so. But well, that's the thing. Well, that's the thing. If you include just okay accounts of hey we ran into this or hey we know this lives here, um, there's accounts all over the place and they go back a long ways because pretty much every native tribe has their own version of it. Some native tribes have multiple. Like the Choctaw down in Oklahoma, they have two different versions of the creature because they have one that's about 7, 8 feet tall, brutish, but it doesn't just eat. Yeah, but they don't just eat meat; they'll eat vegetation as well. And those, if I remember correctly, were Champe. And then the other version they have is Nulucephalia. Nulucephalia is more like 9 feet tall. It'll beat the shit out of a Champe, and they only eat meat. They like eating people. Well, there's not really much in the way of native stories of good ones. It's more just hey, get out. This is my fucking house. Yeah, grumpy tolerance is the best you're gonna get. Yeah, supposedly there was a actual engagement between them and I'm not sure what the proper term it would. Huh? No, that there's multiple definitions for that term. Supposedly in the 1800s, there was a unit of cavalry attached to the Choctaw Reservation as kind of a military police. But they were trained by the U.S. Army and they were led by a native. And supposedly they engaged in combat with a group of them and lost about a dozen guys. But it's one of those things where it's like, okay, there's, the family says this happened, and there were a bunch of guys that died around that time, but the U.S. Army has no official record of any such engagement. So, yeah. Well, uh, one of our biggest proponents of the national parks supposedly got attacked by one. Teddy Roosevelt apparently ran into one on a hunt. At least that's the story goes. Yeah, they had a native guide, and the native guide told him point blank, "No, we don't go hunting up there." And Teddy's like, "Oh no, we'll be fine." It didn't. No, not really. All right, so uh, well, Well, especially since we're still. Uh, uh, well, it also doesn't help that we're still discovering or rediscovering species all the time. But yeah, 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 yeah. Well, there's also just. Yeah. Well, I always did find it odd that so many cultures have so many similar stories of shit. Because, I mean, you can go all around the world. Yeah. Well, come hang out in the Pacific Northwest sometime. You'll probably end up seeing something. Hell, I did end up seeing something as a kid. It just wasn't able to get enough detail. Yeah. Um, yeah. Well, that depends on which definition of Wendigo you're going with, because there is the spirit creature, but there's also humans who aspired to such and just took to living in the wild and eating others. But yeah, the thing with Bigfoot, um, I know for a fact that there was something I saw when I was a kid that it wasn't a person and it wasn't a bird up in a tree because there weren't any trees on that part of the hill. We were doing some digging on the property, and my dad was having a well put in, and the dog starts freaking out the one night. And the dog had specific responses. We could actually tell usually what was outside by how she was responding. If she was camped out in my door, it was probably a bear. If she was sitting on top, or no, pardon me, if she was camped out in the door, it was probably a mountain lion. If she was sitting on me, it was probably a bear. She was hiding under my bed that night. And when my dad went ahead and he got one of those, like, you know, those old flashlights, the one that had the big old 9-volt battery, he had one of those and he was panning it back and forth, looking outside from the back door. And when he hits one part of the hillside, you see a pair of yellow eyes reflecting light. Yeah, the problem is, well, the problem is where they were reflecting light from was in front of a set of bushes, which meant they would have had to have been about 7 feet off the ground. There wasn't a tree there. There was just the bushes and then hillside, and you wouldn't be able to see the eyes through the bushes. So, because it was a steep hillside heading up to my aunt and uncle's place. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Heck, there was even the one video that was, I mean, it was damn. Did you ever see a YouTuber? The channel name is Think or Thunk. Oh yeah, because he does video cleanup jobs. He goes in, he analyzes stuff, breaks it down, and figures out, okay, what's the what are we missing because of the grain? He did one. Somebody took some footage at a project they were working on in Canada, and they were having trouble figuring out what the hell it was they were seeing because something through a small tree, and mind you, this is Canada, the small tree was 12 to 16 feet in length, threw it like a javelin. And when they get it, he went in and he cleaned it up and everything. You can see like the upper torso of what looks like just a large guy picking this thing up and throwing it like it was a fucking javelin at a track meet. Well, let me see if I can find this video. Easiest way to do it is... Okay, so let me go ahead and I'm going to terminate my Elden Ring stream to Discord for a moment. I'm going to leave it running on OBS. Oh, no worries. This is a topic that I have no problem talking about. Let me go ahead and clear out my notifications, and then I gotta find which of these videos it is because there's like several of them here. Give me a moment. No, that's just a chick being weird in a graveyard. No, no, no. Well, the thing is, you got to be a the thing is, you got to be a little bit of both. You got to be open to the idea, but skeptical of the evidence until you're sure. Oh, well, this one's not the video I was looking for, but this one is an entertaining one. This one is from from Europe. Let me see if I can get the exact source. Okay, this is in Kiev. Yeah, that limb proportion is really weird. It could be. My thing is it wouldn't be workable. It wouldn't be workable as a human because the limb proportion's all wrong. I could see it being an ape, but that you would figure there would have been a news report about a zoo escape. Yeah, my problem more is the arm length. Each of the two sections of the arm. Oh, each of the two sections of the arm. Each of the two sections. Yeah, Each of the two sections of its arm are about the same length, and the length is about 2/3 or 3/4 of his body length, like his torso. That's a little long for a chimp. When the majority of his forearm is hanging down past his ass, that's that's long. Yeah, so that wasn't the one I wanted, but it was a weird one. This channel's kind of fallen down the stairs because when they originally came out, he covered a lot of stuff where it's like, okay, I don't get how that happened or how that was done. Like one of the ghost videos they have on here is literally from like old school shoulder mounted VHS recording. This was a documentation of a haunting. And you literally see a shadow manifesting in a room, blotting out the light. And I'm like, okay, this is before video editing software. This is on the original negatives. What the fuck? Let's see here. Do we get anything good in here? Where's the one I'm looking for? No, not Creepy Christmas. We're looking for... Oh, yeah, the teal. The repeater is weird, but not what I'm looking for. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, apparently Mississippi had a something break out of a zoo. That or I don't know what the fuck this is. But this is still not the one I was looking for. Yeah, and he's going to tear that tree open like it's... Yeah, he's literally tearing chunks out of that tree. Yeah, it'll hear him in a minute. Yeah, adrenaline makes you twitchy. I love that. As soon as he realizes how tall it is, he's like, fuck it, I'm out. All right. It's got to be one of these. So that's something in the well, something in the storm drain, mine, North Carolina, Oregon. Still not what I'm looking for. Come on, where's the Canada video? Ah, okay. Yeah. Whatever it is, one-handed throws a small tree. Well, yeah, there's several things it could be, but it would be hard for me to see it being a bear because they don't really have opposable grip. So the only way it's going to be able to grip the damn thing with one paw to throw it is with claws, and then try to get the claws out as it's throwing it. So, or as he said, it could just be someone really fucking strong, determined to fuck with people. But all right. So anyway, side tangent done. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there's always messed up stuff that gets reported. I mean, hell, Oregon, where I was living for a while, it was not uncommon to have several hunters, hikers, and or mushroom pickers go missing out off of I want to say Mount Tillamook. All right. Now then. All right, so somewhere down here should be the Cicada, which is a very powerful dagger. Not this way, however. Oh well. Let's find our way back around. Oh, you're already angry. Takes most of my mana bar to kill one of those things, but oh, I am nowhere near ready for the inside. if this building is what I remember it to be, then there should be black flame monks inside. Black flame is fire that burns off a percentage of your maximum HP every second. It's wonderful. Come on. And there we go. Where's my cicada, mother fracker? What, do I have to go further down? Oh, I do. I wasn't even all the way down yet. Ah, too far of a drop. Yeah, I gotta go back and get my frickin' points. Then I'll just teleport out. The cicada is the lesser of the two daggers I could use, so it's not a terrible loss. Annoying, but not terrible. I think I need Cat's Grace before I can get down there. That are a lot more HP. Yeah. I'll be honest, I lost my patience with felines a long time ago. Yep. The funny thing is, the toddler will end up with that same sense of, I wouldn't say, well, okay, I would say entitlement, but uh, you know, you live at my leisure. Oh, god damn it. Forgot you have to actually jump on that one. Sprint jump. Oh, screw it. The first set of points are gone. Not worth going back for. Which means at this point I need a staff. So we're already in the cancer area. I could go that way to get there, and that's pretty easy. Either way, there's a couple of points I need to grab while I'm here. Look, it's a Dargan. Well, a little bit. I gave him a reason to chase me rather than just chasing me because he's a prick. Yeah, just a little poke in the wing. Nothing that bad. Such a drama queen. All right. Ooh. Fulgur blooms. Always good. Then there is a save point over by this tower. Sadly, I don't think I can get in. Oh no, I could parkour my way into this tower, but it's a frackin' bitch. Oh, okay, I forgot there's a lower bridge across. Well, that's annoying. Alright, well, let's go find the low road. So I want that save point. I think the low road's covered in toxic spikes, but we'll see. Yeah. Now that is something I'm definitely not going to entertain fighting. That is a rotted tree warden. I'm good. I don't need to fight that thing. Okay, then we'll go grab the one over there. We'll grab the one at the fort. That way, once I've got a build where I can get the most bang for my buck, I can go ahead and kill the dragon by the fort. What, bang for your buck? Well, I mean, technically the origin would probably be referring to a hooker, but essentially it's getting the most value for your dollar. Probably also would be applicable with firearms. You want a gun and a cartridge that'll drop the target in one hit, reliably. Alright, there should be at least one more of those teleporty balls up ahead. Yep, there he is. Wow, really? Oh well, I can make the run again. Funny thing is, that ball is hilarious for earning EXP. If you get it to run itself off of a cliff, you get experience for killing it, because it is technically a creature. Yeah. Metal imbued with will. So it's worth runes. Fucking A. I always forget how fast those things are. Alright, this time instead of dodging with the horse, we'll jump off the horse. All right, let's see here. This is what I think it is, right? Okay, yes, this is a parkour one. Uh, haha. Remember that being a lot more painful. Okay, what else down here? I want to say there's a ball. Nope. Ah, but there is a sorcery ball in there. Fun, fun, fun. Do spells hurt him? A little bit. Okay, does Glintstone Arc hurt him? Not really. You know what? I'll deal with you after I get the treasure from this place. I really don't feel like fighting that thing right now. What's up? Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I managed to parkour my way up here. Yeah. Yep. Stuff like that always reminds me of a Warren Zevon song. You guys ever listen to Warren Zevon? Oh. He was an American musician from like the, I want to say 70s, 80s. One of his songs, Roland the Headless Thompson Gunner, is about a guy who goes off to take part in the fighting going on down in the Congo. and he's mentioned, oh, god damn it, as being the warrior from the land of the midnight sun. And me and my buddy could never tell. I mean, he's like Norwegian, Dutch, Finnish. He's from somewhere up there. All right.
Forgive me. To determine if you had the... It seems torrent, whereas there is but one I can take gathering place. Very well. Let my hand rest.
Okay, so
I don't believe I'm known as heed those who all the more, unless you wish. Those who live in all the more. Those all the more.
I'm, well, the honor of one. By the way, she's my servant. Take your eyes off if you find her.
Oh, this I can't remember very well. It is said. Allow you, a house guest, remember you.
Welcome to I teach and explore so that one day ensuring. By the way, you do most tarnish. You are well.
okay, so I need points before I can buy that stuff. Now let's go pick a fight with this guy. Well, start picking a fight. He's just going to be a pissy little bitch, and then later on when I find a certain item, he's going to try to ambush me, and I get his armor. His armor regenerates HP over time. You guys have some stuff that I really need, like the stone sword keys, but don't have the money, so we'll come back to you later. I really should go get the meteorite staff. That's the best thing I could grab right now. Well, at least you weren't seeing like bolts sticking up out of the wing. Man, I love some of, I love, well, I was gonna say, I love some of the stuff you see on like social media when it comes to the airlines. Like the one guy was replying to, and this was like a reply from an engineer who worked for one of the airlines. He's like, no, that's not duct tape that they're putting on the wings. That's an aerodynamic sealant being applied to go ahead and reduce any drag from that section of the wing that's not fitting right. Everybody's looking at him like, motherfucker, that's fucking duct tape. We use that all the time. We know what it is.
been grafted. Everyone who came with me, only to have their arm. Did you know? It's quite the lark when you think. You're all on your own and heading to enticed by the one in the white mask, I suppose. Well, that makes us two. But I don't have your courage. It's scary, you know, having your arms cut off. I want to be like everyone else, but I'm just too... I'm nothing but a crate. Oh, I know. Can you take this? The poor thing deserves someone brave. And it'll be glad of your cup. It was a pleasure to... Oh, can you tell them I love them? And that I'm finally getting the hang of this whole pain thing.
Well, funny thing is, we had an interesting legal ruling on that recently here. The vaccines were ruled as a treatment, not a vaccine. So, yeah. And the funny thing is also that means that all the legal protections for vaccines no longer apply to lawsuits against people who are championing them, saying, oh, you have to do this. Yeah. I probably would have been fine when I did get COVID, except they couldn't be bothered to actually treat it. Their idea of treatment was, oh, we're going to put you on oxygen. That'll do the job. Well, yep, that's what a lot of people were looking at, because, and the funny thing is, yeah, well, and the funny thing is, we know that not only was it engineered, but we financed it. Well, no, we can't do it here. Period. In fact, we weren't even supposed to be funding gain of function research, but we were. The NIH was funding what was being done in the Wuhan labs. Yeah. Well, you know what the funny thing was with the whole COVID thing? You know how they had a vaccine so quick? Well, yeah, but we're talking. Well, yeah, but I mean, we're talking a mRNA vaccine. That's not something. Sorry, what was that? What was that 77? Oh, but anyway, apparently a while back, I can't remember if it was Pfizer or Moderna. One of them made an offer to DARPA. They came to them and said, hey, we can make you a vaccine using this tech and make you a disease to go with it. You can vaccinate your troops and then douse your enemies. DARPA looked at the vaccine process and said, no, this is too dangerous. Mind you, this is the same DARPA that approved a HIV vaccination that, that was an anthrax vaccination, pardon me, that resulted in horrible side effects and death for several troops. It had a horrible side effect rate even in testing. And they approved that. They didn't want to approve mRNA vaccination for troops. When DARPA says it's too risky to give to troops, that's not a good thing. Well, it's not even that. I mean, if DARPA thought it would actually give them an edge in combat, troops would be given arsenic. But when DARPA looks at it and goes, sorry, the cost benefit on this is no bueno, there's a problem. But that's also part of why they had a vaccine so handy, because you don't get something like that done in under a year. Yeah. Well, he did make a mistake in that he took the reasoning that, works with the business world and tried to apply it to medical, because the business world gets hampered by overregulation. And unfortunately, the two are not really compatible. Screw it. I've got the mana. I'm just going to chip you down. Yeah, later on when I've got my sword, maybe. Because with the sword, I can just create a wall of fire or a beam of pure fuck you. I didn't know there was a third dog. That's annoying. Alright, there should be a site of grace up ahead. And that'll let me recharge my health. Yeah, well, the food here, yeah, there's some stuff that, is pretty much a staple here, but there's also a large portion of our food culture that's just, hey, somebody brought this over. I mean, literally, you can, in one town, have, proper English breakfast, then go have Polish food for lunch, and have German for dinner, and not have even scratched the surface of what you'll find in the city. But that's not even touching on, Mexican food, Indian food, Thai food, Japanese, Chinese. Yep. It's okay, neither are most Americans. Yep, we're sitting right on top of Denver, pretty much.
Hello?
Southeast.
Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck.
North of Dallas.
Anyone?
Oh, I am Alexander. Please. My thank. Just give, and I'll pop. Don't dally. Give it your all, Ouch!
It's pretty much most of our Texas is most of our border with Mexico.
Well, Poe, that mighty wallop of yours. Well, I thank you.
Sadly, the wall was never completed.
As a token of my appreciation, I'd like you to have this.
Considering what he had to work with, I'd say he did marginally okay. No, he did it because he promised to do it because of what that border being in the condition it's in is costing us, both in lives and money. The consequences of that border being the way it is costing us over $100 billion a year. And that's not counting the dead. We regularly lose civilians and police officers to consequences of drug trafficking and human trafficking across the border, including police officers getting shot by Mexican federales who are escorting drug dealers. Well, it's not even that. Like, literally, part of the problem is our ATF gave the Mexican cartels automatic weapons. That was part of the problem. But also, the cartels pretty much run fucking Mexico. So if they want a federale escort, they get a federale escort. Yeah. Well, the sad part is Mexico. The sad part is with Mexico, if you look at them, they have the potential to be a first world nation. I mean, they've got some of the largest oil reserves around. They've got mineral reserves coming out their ears. The only places that have more mineral reserves per square footage of land is in like South and Central America are the really small countries like Honduras. Honduras is just shitting out raw resources. They literally produce most of the raw resources you need to make circuit boards. If they'd ever bother to get off their ass, take out a loan from the World Bank, get some consultation help from companies that make circuit boards, maybe even have them come in, hey, you want to set up a factory here? We'll give you a tax break. They could be producing finished circuit boards as an export. Instead, their primary exports are raw materials and bananas. And they depend on us for like $10 million of foreign aid a year. There's so many countries down there that have the materials to be self-sufficient. They just don't have the leadership. They don't have anyone willing to go in and just kill the fucking cartels. There's a particular leader that I don't agree with in terms of like most of his politics. But in terms of how he handles gangs, you know what? I like the guy. You ever hear of, I think his name was either Duerte or Duterte? Guy was a president in Southeast Asia, I want to say. He had a very clear policy when it came to drug dealers and cartel members. If you were a cartel member and you were arrested, if any of the crimes that could be attributed to you included drug trafficking or violence, you were executed. Their cartel problem melted. No one wanted to be affiliated with a cartel. Well, probably not many, honestly. When it comes to drug dealers, communists don't hate drug dealers. Drug dealers tend to, help fund communists because communists are helpful for causing destabilization, which causes people to want drugs. If you ever look at what was going on in a lot of South America when it came to groups like, say, FARC, which was a militant communist organization, They cooperated with the cartels for funding and backing, and would even guard poppy fields. Because, hey, it gave them the money they needed to fight their little war. Yep, and like I said, sadly, it's incomplete. It would have been completed, but Trump ran into a little bit of an issue with the funding. Namely, he could only get it funded by allocating additional money to the Army engineers in the yearly budget, and then redirecting that money. Because 2017, he proposed the initial budget. It had like a $400 million deficit. Or no, sorry, $400 billion. Anyway, Congress wouldn't let that pass. So instead, he had to finally, after a month and a half of them stalling on the federal budget, which resulted in no pay to federal employees, he managed to get them to agree to a new budget proposal. Problem is, the budget proposal was a total 1.3 trillion deficit. Yeah. And that still didn't include funding for the wall. They wouldn't agree to funding for the wall, period. The 1.3 trillion was just getting it to the point where you could actually just get the budget passed so the federal government could function. Which included a whole bunch of money to, art museums, literally the whole meme of, what was it? Was it trans rights education in Pakistan or something like that? That was one of the budget bullet points. That's where that meme comes from, because we gave I think it was like $50 million or something to trans rights education program in fucking Pakistan in that budget. It was a joke. Actually, well, if we were willing to spend something around the range of like, say, 35 billion, we could build a wall on our side of the Rio Grande, because it varies back and forth along the river as to which part of the river is ours, which part of the river is theirs. So screw it, just wall it off on our side, and just make sure you have a very deep foundation, a good 10-foot thick wall with revetments along the top and towers along, so you have guards posted up there, you can have cameras and so on, and then just have some sections of the wall have barracks built onto our side of the wall so that guards can be stationed there for 6 months or a year at a time. And okay, building it, that's going to cost a pretty penny. Maintaining it might cost a few billion a year, but offsetting the 110 billion cost that we have right now from not having it, it's not bad. Annie, I don't want to play house. Leave me alone. So okay, Annie, you're starting to piss me off. No, it's not that. It's just she dodges all of my spells. I can't even fight her right now. I need Scarlet Rot before I can fight her. Oh, great. It won't let me. Fine, kill me. I'll just resurrect. Yeah, she's a little bullshit. I need Scarlet Rot to fight her, because then I can just get her Scarlet Rot as a status effect, and then just dodge her the rest of the time. And it's hard for her to dodge the Scarlet Rot effect because it's a cloud. All right, now I need these points. All right, I'm going to go buy a spell. I should be able to buy a spell from D now, which means I should be able to buy Sacred Blade. And Sacred Blade is one of the steps for me to be able to get the death spell I need.
Those who live in all the more. Well, another foot with a prowess. How would you like to, if you're inclined to hold? Then I'll introduce. I have a matter of mind. The beast himself wishes. What say you? Very well. I've marked the loop. It will lead you to go.
Ah, that's what it was. I got to go visit Garank. Which is fine with me because I know exactly where he is. I've been there before. Though, actually, going through the third church is faster, though, because that teleports me behind the giant, angry, freaking black angel of death thing. Yep. Oh, it's a lot of fun stuff. Hell, if you're ever in Wyoming around the middle of July, we have about a week-long celebration here called Frontier Days in Cheyenne. And it's they already have several museums, like, buildings from the Wild West days that are kind of, preserved, and or buildings where they're storing stuff from back then in downtown Cheyenne. For Frontier Days, those areas are open, and then they also have an entire fairground that they'll set up. They'll have all kinds of events going on, and then in the fairground and along the main street in downtown, they'll go ahead and they'll have stalls and stuff set up. And literally, you can come here, go from museum to museum, learning about the history. You can buy a beer at one of the stalls and just walk from museum to museum drinking a beer. Because during Frontier Days, public consumption is fine. Public intoxication is not. Don't drink till you're drunk. But, and hell, since we allow both constitutional and open carry here, you can open carry a 6-gun on your hip at Frontier Days.
I smell it. Feed it me. Tarnished, I shall grant thee. Feed me.
Okay, so that gave me the claw mark seal. That's good. And now I can go back to the round table and I can buy the Sacred Blade spell. Or is Sacred Blade I forget. But either way, I should be able to get it from him. I can't remember if it's a study incantations. Oh yeah, it's the Litany of Proper Death is the one I needed. Yeah, sadly I don't have the Intelligence of the Faith to cast it yet. He does have Order's Blade as well, which would be wonderful. Alright, I need a little more money. You know what? I can get a ton of money over here. I just gotta remember how to do this dodge bullshit with the ball. Hmm. Okay, that's nice. That would actually be very handy. Uh, okay, so actually there's an even better location than this one. Alright. And also I need items. Alright, let's go past old Cranky Pants over here. Who? Not one I'm familiar with, but there were a lot of people who did episodes of the X-Files. Yeah. Let's see here. I need... Where's the golden scarab? Yep. Oh, that's dropped from the Clean Rot Knights in the cave. Ugh. Oh, that's just nasty. Alright, what about the mushroom armor? Oh, okay, so that's in Seathwater Cave. Okay. Oh, you're kidding me. That's all the way up in Mount Gelmir? Ugh. No, thank you. I don't want to do that. Yeah. It's kind of funny. The one actor who was in the X-Files, Roy Thinnis, he was only in for the one episode. He played an alien who was disguised as a human. But it was actually funny because he was the main character in a series back in the 60s where he played a human who came across aliens disguised as humans that were planning to take over the Earth, so he was trying to hunt them down. Yeah, pretty sure they don't claim him, though. Okay. God damn it. I hate when I forget my way through a route. Oh, come on. Oh, I swear. You take your thumb off the sprint button for half a second, you get fucking poisoned. Oh, for the love of... Okay, I gotta remember my way down there, because I am having trouble finding the right jump. Ah, okay, it's the farthest hole. I hate that. I really do. I hates it, all do. Nice. Yep, I'm gonna be doing up, well, soup tonight. Gonna be pork chops, and I'll probably do cream of chicken and some green beans. Let's see. Alright, so I've got... You know what? I could try and do this now. Do I have a weapon that gives bleed? Oh, I've got the flail, but I can't use the flail, so that's useless. Now what I could do... Okay, so I can either go south and get the Morning Star. The Morning Star is an easy weapon to use. Or I could go this way. Yeah, let's get the staff first and see what it takes to wield the daggone thing. Also, inventory. Yes, I know. How many stone sword keys do I have? I have some, right? No, I don't. That's annoying. Alright, equipment. Throw on my only talisman. Yeah, the Sore Seals and the Scar Seals are wonderful talismans, but God, they have bad side effects. Let's see, what's the side effect on this one? Alright, so let's remove it. So yeah, this thing gives me +5 vigor, +5 endurance, +5 strength, +5 dexterity. At the end, that gives me a bunch of HP and stamina, but it's all at the cost of I take more damage from every hit. Alright, I'll worry about trousers later. I'm wearing a robe, nobody'll notice. Alright. Nascent butterfly. Now then, that cave is over here somewhere, which means I need a map piece. I could use both map fragments, actually. It's going to take some doing. Running around grabbing stuff I really shouldn't have at my low level. Actually, now that I think about it, can I kill you guys with magic? Pretty sure I can. Oh, nice. All right, hold still, boys. Okay, they each give about 100 runes, so not terribly valuable. No, get off me, get off me, get off me. Fucking A. Yeah, they do like 3 bites, and each of their bites is about half my health bar. But I can go back and get my runes and then farm up a bunch of them again. I just gotta be more careful about spacing. It's more of a lumbering lurch than anything. All right, come on, come on. Small formation. Hold on, I gotta get their attention. It's a pain in the ass getting these guys to consolidate. All right, how much did my bolts do? Not much more. Damn, you're at full health. All right, come on, boys. Come on. You know you want to get closer. Come on. All right. Oh yeah, I should probably pull back OBS so I can see chat. Of course, there's no one in the chat. That's fine. All right, so there's not a lot here, I don't think. Wow, I gotta love those one-shots. Well, nice thing is my runes should be toasty. Okay, that's bullshit. I dodge rolled, but okay. Hey, 50. Okay, let's go back and get my points. And then we'll just go and find one of the other weapons I'm looking for. Because beating those guys is not happening. Okay, my points are down there, so that's not happening. We're just going to ignore that. Hello? Okay. Oh, now that you've done that, I can get the hell out of the way. Alright, so I need... Oh, there's another waypoint. Good. I need to find a map. Okay, so the map steel should be somewhere down here. Alright, and I want to say there's a cave of creepy crawlies around here. Oh yeah, there's another grace point over here. Well, actually I'm this close. I should go get the meteorite staff now. We'll worry about everything else later. Staff will be useful.
Welcome, dear customer. Welcome, valued customer. Please, I'm hungry.
Do you have anything I need? Not really. I can craft boluses once I've got the recipe book. Alright, so the meteorite staff should be down there. Problem is getting down there without dying. So how you been, 50? Good to hear. Whoa! God frackin' damn it. Right when I say I don't need the goddamn... Okay, are you guys dead? Good. Well, let's at least find the damn staff while I'm stuck down here in the freaking status debuff hell that I'm in. Okay, here's the room. Nope, that's not what I wanted. It's a very handy spell to use with the meteorite staff, but it is not a meteorite staff. Okay, where the hell is this damn thing? Oh, okay, it was in the first room I went to, but it's in a corpse hanging out of the room. This game really knows how to make a person hate. It's almost as bad as 15 years in France. Oh, come on. I do not want to fight you. Oh, really? A poison mage? On top of everything else in this swamp. The guy who made this game loves poison swamps. To the point where it's almost a fetish. Except this time he decided, poison's for pussies. Let's go with, scarlet rot. Something that's essentially cancer. There we go. And now, there we go. This staff cannot be upgraded. But in return, it is the most powerful staff at low level. Unfortunately, it also requires 18 intelligence, which I'm a little short on. All right, well, let's go up here. We'll go find the creepy crawly cave and the map steel. Okay, so it's not in that area of the ruins. Is it down below? It is down below. Neener, neener, neener. All right, doggies. Okay. What the hell? I was in the middle of healing. You know what? I think I'm just going to let the dogs eat everything. Fuck it. Well, get, boys. There's a couple more hiding around here. Little buggers, literally. Now, what were you? Ah! Okay. You're also something I can't equip. Oh yeah, you're Meteoric Iron Katana. Very nice. I just need a little bit more strength and a little bit more int, and I can equip myself pretty well for this. Sadly, that requires runes, which I don't have. Oh, can you stop starting combat when you can't even see me? For the love of fucking God. Enemies in this game, logical sense they do not make. I can't see anything, but I sense there's an enemy approaching. Start combat. You're about to teleport? Fuck you. You stay asleep. I don't want to fight you at the moment. Then again, it wouldn't really be a fight at my current level. It'd be more of a massacre, but... Okay, good. That gives me a map of that area of Kaled. I just need to go get that map. And go to the abandoned cave. Before I do that, I'm going to need levels to use my equipment, so let's go get the Morning Star. You know what? You're a walking pile of EXP and you keep pissing me off. Where's your midgets? Jim had to go load some stuff in the car. He said he'd be back in about 20 minutes or so. Well, he said 30, but it was about 10 minutes ago, so 20 from now. All right. Now that I've burnt through a ton of my magic, we're not even going to entertain you guys. I already got the determination ash from there. So oh, it's not what I wanted to do, but okay. Yay, a stone sword key. That's what I needed. Let's go ahead and get the mission from her.
Might I bend your ear for a moment? My name is Irina. I've escaped from the servants there. But I swear I heard my good father decided himself to stay. The servants they've since come for every one of the companions I escaped with. I fear it's no please. Would you mind my soul, please? Thank you. Then please, deliver it to my father.
Alrighty then, now. Castle Morn should be much easier to deal with for the vanilla game. Old school flat screen. Okay, so I'll be honest, I don't burn through stuff that much. Alright. Oh yeah. I mean, hell, I'll admit there's some pieces of tech I'm really hard on. Like, I'm playing this right now on a wired controller. I usually kill these things pretty quickly, but this one, I managed to find one of those cases where, you know, it's like the best mix of cheap and sturdy, and this thing's lasted me over a year now. But most of my other tech I'm pretty good about not burning through. Well, at least you weren't working in the lab late one night. Because then your eyes might have beheld an eerie sight. Alright. Well, Angel popped in for a little bit, but she's feeling sick, and then I don't know if 77's internet just went out or if he was not happy. Well, we got to talk. Yeah, or from what I've seen, when he does DC, he'll at least come back and say, "Oh, hey, sorry about that." But yeah, we were talking about America because Togo was wanting to do a trip over here, and the subject of the border came up, and I had to, just what would be the phrase for that? Disillusion 77 of one of his ideas, and well, about the border wall, which sadly never did get completed. Apparently, he thought the only reason the wall was even built was because Trump was racist. It's not like we spend $110 billion a year on dealing with the consequences of illegal immigration in my country. Well, no, yeah, the border as a concept was there. It's just no one had ever thought that, hey, maybe rather than just having, some guys patrolling this and getting shot up by Mexican police. Well, we do in one area. The Southern California border, the Southern California border with Mexico, has two separate layers of fencing and a no man's land in between. In fact, California, before Trump's border wall proposal, was the only portion of the state that was allowed to wall, or the U.S. that was allowed to wall off from Mexico. But they don't want us to have a border wall. Well, yeah, well, before 2016, we had that section in California, but most of Mexico and Texas's border is unsecured, and ditto for the other border states. Well, yeah, they tunnel under if they're going through an area that's a bit more secured, or if it's an area that has no fence or just like basic chain link and nobody watching it, they'll just cut through. Yeah, and that's pretty much something they only even bother with for the areas of Texas that were just more heavily watched, and for the Californian border, because California, they love what their border wall does, but they don't like the idea of the rest of the U.S. having it. Yeah. Well, I mean, if Mexico would do their job, I wouldn't really think it would be so necessary. But I mean, they. Yeah. Oh, they have a massive. Well, there's also two other factors that go into it. One, Mexico is horribly corrupt. Most politicians there are either, well, there is that, but also if Mexico, well, it's the if Mexico, oh, there's multiple facets to it. So partially it's fear because literally this last election season, they went ahead and they had their presidential election. During the course of the election campaign period, 57 different politicians or political candidates were assassinated in Mexico. So there's fear. There's money because the cartels will bribe people at the polls. But also, Mexico is not developing the resources they have. They have the physical resources in terms of oil, minerals, etc., to be a first world nation. But they don't develop. Well, it's not even that. Between the cartels and them not being willing to just bite the bullet and say, okay, this is what we have to do to fix our fucking country. And part of the reason they never get to that critical boiling point politically of just having the people say, fuck it, we're going to fix this shit. We don't care if we have to kill some politicians to do it, is they use us as a bleed off valve. All the people who are malcontent with things in Mexico and come up here relieve political pressure on Mexico to get past their fucking corruption. If we would bottle up and just seal everything off with Mexico, no more illegal immigration, and then send the people who were here illegally, who have any criminal record besides that, back, they would have to start fixing their shit because they'd be facing a revolution in less than 10 years. Our current... Yeah. Overall... Oh, yeah. Well, if they were willing to go ahead and even just for a year, and they wouldn't have to go to the whole lengths that Duterte did. Just go part way to what Duterte did, and just make it a executable crime to be a murderer or a rapist that's a member of a cartel. If you're captured and you're shown to be affiliated with a cartel, you've committed one of these two crimes, we kill you on the spot. Yeah, because... Well, the Mexicans don't even apprehend a guy from a cartel right now because the police chief in any given area is under the cartel's pay. Yeah, it would take an entire change of the mindset in Mexico for them to fix their shit. Oh. Yeah. Eh, I get that, but I never really saw the comparison because no one bothered to pipe up and tell the Israelis they couldn't have a fucking wall. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm aware it would cost to maintain it, but the yearly cost of what illegal immigration is doing to my country exceeds $100 billion a year. Yeah. Well, we have states here that are preventing the feds from actually doing their jobs. There are cities and states here that the feds cannot send immigration officials into legally. Oh, that's part of the problem. Another part is that we regularly lose police. Uh, yeah. Well, the sad part is, if the feds would actually get off their asses, they do have the authority because the states are technically violating the Constitution by doing what they're doing. You may not have noticed, but the FBI here is not exactly fulfilling their responsibilities, and so are several other three-letter agencies. We've literally had the FBI entrap minors and mental retards, trying to get them to fund ISIS so that the FBI could arrest them and go, oh, hey, see here, we were doing a good thing. The one guy was literally mentally retarded. They got him to buy a $25 gift card and gift it to an organization through a website. Found out later that he was gifting it to ISIS. And they tried to get him to gift more money, and he got uncomfortable and reached out to the FBI to report the person he was talking to online, and they arrested him. Yeah. Our agencies aren't exactly... Oh, yep. And we'd love to get the FBI overhauled, but... Yeah, we also do need to get the Mexicans to do the same thing, because we're getting tired of having local police and federal immigration enforcement shot by federales escorting drug dealers. It's not uncommon for either the Mexican federal police or Mexican military to escort cartel members when they're doing any type of major transaction. And it's getting annoying. Certain cities and counties down along the border can't get new cops. Technically, sometimes they'll cross the border during a gunfight, but usually they stay on their side and just shoot the cops from their side. Yeah, well, I mean, hell, the fact that the Mexican government is funded by and is actively supporting the cartels, which are causing damage to our country, is technically an act of fracking war. They are knowingly and willingly supporting an organization that is damaging a foreign power. A foreign power they're supposed to be allied with, nonetheless. But we don't treat it as what it is. Well, especially when it's fucking fentanyl that's being supplied by China. Because that shit just kills. Yeah, fentanyl just streamlines it. Let's see here. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think the main thing that most people look at when they look at the wall, as far as people who back it, is, okay, if we just cut off the flow and start working on our internal issues. Because, okay, we spend 30 billion, say, maximum, get the wall built. Okay, now we can start cleaning up issues in our country, and as that yearly cost comes down, the wall pays off itself. And it wouldn't need as many people to man it as we would need extra enforcement on in order to make up for not having it. The the problem is the fields are outside our country. There would be a unilateral extra-national military conduct inside another sovereign power's territory. Yeah. Yeah. If yeah, the only way that we could do it, the only way we could do it and be even remotely legitimate is if we were to go ahead and give Mexico an ultimatum. Tell them, okay, you know what? You have 6 months to stop all escorts of cartels to our border, and you have, we'll say, 5 years. We'll give you 5 years. Fix your fucking government, fix your corruption issues. If you don't, we will hit every non-civilian located cartel site and we will destroy every fucking poppy field, and you can deal with the aftermath. And that could maybe be acceptable, but it would have to make it past. Well, it would have to also get past Congress, and Congress would never pass it. Yeah, problem. Yeah. Problem is, by the time we get to that point, we'll have already passed a critical mass in our own country. Yeah. The wall is the cheapest passive solution, because the wall doesn't require also reworking our own internal politics. We just need to get to the point where, okay, there's nothing more coming in. Now we just need to deal with what's here, and we can do it incrementally. Yeah. Well, with the wall in place, at the very least, if it's built properly, yes. Proper construction would probably be at least 20 feet high, 10 feet thick. That way you could build things into the wall, like, say, armories, guard barracks, towers, etc. Oh yeah, initial estimates were done around 10. Then they went ahead and they looked into it a little bit more, and they said, okay, it's probably going to take us more around like 20 to 30. Honestly, I'm fine with as high as 50, because if we can get to the point where we're not dealing with all those extra expenses we're dealing with because of illegal immigration, in terms of prison expenses, sorry, go ahead. Oh yeah, because yeah, and hell, that would actually help with cutting our deficit down. No. Well, it'll stop. They'll have to come in through ports of entry, or they'll have to come in through sea routes. And at ports of entry, oh, and there's also the human trafficking too. You know how they love to talk about all of the kids that were picked up at the border and separated from their parents and all that? You know, a fair number of those kids were not genetically related to the people they came in with. Well, they were an excuse, and they're worth something once they're over here. Oh yeah, and the wall wouldn't cut down on immigration, because you could still come in legally through ports of entry, and you could still request asylum at ports of entry. Because asylum is not supposed to be requested by crossing the border. Asylum is done with paperwork, starting from the country you're fleeing from to your nearest country at a port of entry. You don't go 5 countries to go seek asylum. If you can, yeah. Well, I mean, if you can show that, okay, every territory between where I'm escaping from and where I'm requesting entry is a part of the problem, sure. But that would require our government to publicly acknowledge, officially to the rest of the world, that every country between Central America and our border is criminally corrupt, incapable of taking care of their citizens, and cannot host asylum seekers from other countries, which would be about the biggest fucking dick slap in the face we could give every single country down there, which means they're not going to do it. Oh, Mexico is our border country. Mexico originates a lot of issues, but Mexico also passes the baton when they get asylum seekers coming up from the south, people trying to escape Venezuela or the Central American countries like Honduras and Ecuador, and they just push them up to us. Let's see here. Okay, so map of the world. Okay, so if if you're trying to escape Venezuela, you've got Colombia, which is a no-go because they've literally elected the FARC, the radical communist militants, to run their country, and those guys are in the pocket of the cartels. There is, however, Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, Belize. Uh, well, let's see here. Wow, their violent crime rate's actually not that bad. But then again, I was looking at Costa Rica. They're the most stable of the Central American countries, and yeah, and I don't think they're willing to even take. Yeah, I don't think Costa Rica is even willing to take in migrants, sadly. Yeah, no. Yeah, I remember there was like one area somewhere down around South America that's really good, but it's not very widely known, and they don't like people talking about the fact that everything there is fucking amazing. I can't remember where the hell it was, though. It's like a little fucking island country or some shit. Where the fuck was that thing? Oh yeah, I had to go through Google finally because the first like 3 sites you go to looking for a world map, they're like, "Oh hey, we'll sell you maps." I'm like, "No, I want to look at a map, you dumbass." Let's see here. Yeah, I if they st yeah, if they well, yeah, well, if Brazil still had their conservative administration, they might be an option because they were starting to crack down on crime down there. But now they're back to the communists running it. Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of stuff that happens where like our you can watch our country almost just decay over time. Like literally Las Cruces and Tucson. Those are the southernmost large cities in New Mexico and Arizona, right along the main highways coming out of Mexico. And those towns are fucking horrifying to look at compared to what they were even 20 years ago. If you look at what they were like 40, 50 years ago, it's damn near frightening. Laredo, Laredo and McAllen, two of our border towns in Texas, they have ridiculous mortality rates for their fucking police officers at this point. Like, It's not ringing a bell, but let me look. So there's a fucking Netflix series, but can I actually get Alder Point in Humboldt County? Oh, okay, yeah, people who go missing in the weed fields in California. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so literally Humboldt County has the highest missing persons rate in the entire state of California. 717 people per 100,000 population. Well, the big brands can have their fields. The big brands can have their fields legally, and honestly, usually just to get a better product, they'll use greenhouse functions to do that. The stuff that's being grown out, like in the middle of bumfuck nowhere in a state park, that's illegal growers, and it usually ends very badly if you find them. Yep.
I thank you. So what can I do?
Okay, so now I've got the litany of proper death.
Ah, you appear to be doing well then. May the Golden Order shine.
Yeah, 50. 50. Mexico has oil. Like I've said, Mexico has all of the resources to be a first world country. Yeah. Oh, it's a. Yeah. The problem is while they're dependent on the cartels for a functioning economy because they can't be bothered to build one, it's going to be a continuing problem. The easiest solution, the solution that requires the least bloodshed from our conduct, is okay. Put a cap on the bottle, let the political pressure build like it's supposed to, and then let the people sort it out. Because in the end of the day, we can't be anywhere near as effective in solving this problem as a revolution will be. And if the cartels somehow end up in charge of things after the revolution, oh, hey, you have an internationally recognized criminal organization publicly running a country. That's already been shown to be justification to attack the country. But they don't run it publicly. They get candidates that are on their take into position. If they were ever to take public control of it, well, I know, but it's a matter of getting it to the point where, okay, no one can deny that this is happening. It's kind of like with Palestine. Israel didn't really have any justification for the shit that they did in terms of killing Palestinian civilians or attacking Palestine with ranged weapons. But then we get Hamas publicly running Palestine, and now it's really freaking hard for most people to defend Palestine when Israel's attacking them, and the country is literally being run by an internationally acknowledged terrorist organization. Yeah. Yeah. It's one of those things where since we can't solve it militarily, the most humane solution is to solve it passively. Let it figure itself out when the political pressure gets to the breaking point, which it can't do currently because they use us as a bleed off. Well, yeah. Well, that's one of the few nice things about the way our country is set up. We actually don't need to move units to the border because we already have the Texas National Guard and Air National Guard down there. And one of our biggest locations for training and housing our airborne units is Fort Bragg, which is not really very far away. We could literally airdrop in 82nd Airborne paratroopers, artillery units, self-propelled artillery, and everything else to back up the National Guard within an 8 hours notice. So well, it's going to be bloody either way. There's no way to solve this without blood. But the problem is we shouldn't have to be the ones spilling the blood. It's their internal problem. They should deal with it. Oh yeah, the cartels. Yeah, but as it is, let's take the current conflict going on overseas as an example. Palestine has a very, very small backing from other countries. It's only pretty much Iran and one or two other little states. Even the Saudis aren't willing to back them. And that's going against Israel. Israel on their own doesn't really have military power. The only real military power they have is a small army, and they're our ally. Now, imagine if it was us in the position of attacking a publicly acknowledged enemy of all nations around the world. I mean, if you got a country run by a cartel publicly, that's not much different than having a country run by a terrorist organization. Either way, nobody's going to want that to happen, and no one's really going to intervene on their behalf when they get their shit kicked in, especially if they're getting their shit kicked in by the biggest guy in the yard. Our military's not in the best shape for a fight with other countries, but we can handle Mexico, and other countries aren't going to be enthused enough to step in. Yeah, I know, but if they go into a civil war, you mean like El Chapo? Well, yeah, but if they go through a civil war, well, if they go through a civil war, then the only two outcomes is either going to be the cartels being pushed out, or the cartels will have to take more aggressive power. Because right now they're using puppets. But puppets ain't going to cut it when every member of the country decides to pick up a knife and come looking for you. You're going to have to get more aggressive, which means they'll have to become a publicly acknowledged threat to the national security and safety of all other countries. And once they're at that point, they're fair game. And so either the people win out and the country stabilizes and starts developing and becomes an actual partner for us, and actually, helps insulate us from Central and South American issues, or they go down the drain completely, get to the point where we can actually step in and do something, and then we go in and we fix their shit and rebuild them into someone that can be a partner for us. They've got the resources to be a first world nation. If they could just get past the shit they're in, they would actually be an equal trading partner to us rather than being kind of like a little brother who's mentally retarded that we just kind of keep in the corner. God, the things I say on stream. Oh yeah, I know. All right, so, and then I need, you know what? I need more HP. Oh yeah. All right, so can I equip the meteoric blade yet? Nope, I need more strength. Oh well, this'll do. And then what else was there that I needed? Oh, that's right, I can equip my new staff. Yay! I don't need to roll, so I don't care about my equip load at this point. Yeah, this staff is so much better. Not trying to kill. I'm killing him and then going to the save point before he fully dereses, so he doesn't actually die. I just get the 50,000 points for killing him. So essentially, not particularly. Well, I get that, but at some point, well, supposedly they are backed by Judaism, but you know they're secular, so not really. But if you most of them are secular. Outside of the actual like religious figures and a portion of the population, most of the people in their government are secular. But if you ever want to see something interesting, go look at a set of maps. Look at Palestine starting in the late 40s with the foundation of Israel and look forward. You'll see that Israel has eaten 80% of what used to be Palestine. Yeah, I know. And Israel only exists thanks to terrorist actions. So Israel was... it didn't even really exist in the like World War II era, even though we were sending Jews there because it got to the point where no country was accepting them when they were leaving Germany under the Havara Accords. And the ones that were in Palestine apparently, I guess, came to a deal with the British government that after World War II they were supposed to get their own country in Palestine, essentially break off a piece of British-controlled Palestine for themselves. The problem is the British government said no. And so the Haganah, which was a terrorist organization, which later became the foundation of the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, started engaging in attacks on the British government. And specifically, one of the nastier ones they did in 1946 was the King David Hotel bombing. A subsection of the Haganah bombed a hotel that was used as a barracks for some troops. It was used for some government official functions, and it also had dozens of British civilians in it. And they killed, if I'm not mistaken, over 20 British civilians in that bombing. Two of the men responsible for that bombing went on to be prime ministers of Israel. The first and sixth prime ministers of Israel, David Ben-Gurion and Menachem Begin, one was a leader in the Haganah, and one was the leader of the subsect of the Haganah that did the bombing. Israel is literally a country forged on the blood of civilians. And at this point, I look at them and I'm like, okay, you did some horrible things to get to the position you're in. You've done some horrible things to my country. You know, I don't really care how things go with your country. I'll let everybody else over there sort it out. It's not my problem. I mean, hell, they killed American sailors during the frickin' 60s. They were having their little war with Egypt, and one of our observation/science vessels was ordered to go to a point along the Egyptian coast and then head back to their original location via the coastline. And the Israelis identified them as an Egyptian freighter, I believe, and decided to hit them with napalm rockets and cannon fire. and nearly sank the ship. Oh, pardon me. They also torpedoed it after they identified it as an American ship. Yep. Well, our president didn't want to embarrass an ally. Oh, that depends on how you look at the history of that. I'm not even Christian, but I've had to listen to some of the stuff from some of my what's the name for that subsection of Christianity? Orthodox friends. Um, so unfortunately, the Jewish people are only one subsection of the Israelites. So originally there were 12 sons of Israel. One of those was Judah. He went on to found the kingdom of Judea. The kingdom of Judea doesn't even take up a third of what Israel currently holds. Like literally, they shouldn't even have Jerusalem. Jerusalem was not a part of the kingdom of Judea. But it kind of traded hands back and forth, especially after they invaded Europe, which gave everyone justification for the Crusades. That was a very smart move on their part. But yeah, there's been a lot of trading of it back and forth. I'll be honest, I would prefer that it stayed in Christian hands just because, okay, it's a very old location. There's some very great historical markers there. And I know what's going to happen if the Muslims control it. They're going to do to it what they did to Constantinople, what they did to the Hagia Sophia. It's not going to be pretty. It's going to be a loss of history. At the same time, I'm nowhere near invested enough to be able to give a fuck when I see the fighting going on over there, because I'm like, no offense, but half the wars you guys have been in, you've started. I mean, hell, you know how the Muzzies attacked them during a holiday, right? For this most recent conflict? Oh, well, the most recent conflict started with Palestine attacking them on a holy day. And so they were able to do massive amounts of damage pretty quickly. You want to know who pioneered using that tactic in the 20th century? Because we used it back in the Revolutionary War, but well, they did attack on a Sunday, but that's only really a holy day for like very observing people. But attacking on like a proper holiday, the Jews started at least one of their wars in the Middle East that way. I can't remember if it was Egypt or if it was another Muslim country they attacked, but they attacked in the middle of Ramadan, which is like a whole month where you're not supposed to be fighting or doing jack shit. And I'm like, wait a minute, you guys, not only did they use a tactic on you that you used previously, but you also could have cut off their funding, but you didn't want to cut off their funding. Because I think it was like Qatar had funding going through them to the frickin' what's the name of the terrorist organization that runs Palestine? I know I mentioned it earlier, but I forget shit. Hamas, yeah. So Qatar had money funneling through their country to Hamas, and they were doing some big fucking security meeting between Mossad and representatives from other countries. And Qatar asked, hey, do you want us to cut this funding to them? And Mossad said, no, it'll be fine. And I'm like, so not only did you get hit with a tactic you should have been expecting because you've used it, but you got hit with funding that you allowed to occur. I mean, what the fuck are you people doing? All right, so I need the extra strength. I need more. No, actually, I've got plenty when it comes to dexterity, faith, and so on. Well, let's bring my faith and my intelligence up. Okay, so I don't need that spell anymore. We'll take Rock Sling, and then rather than that, I will take Heal. And then I'll need to be able to equip Litany of Proper Death before I go fight that other guy. Spells. Okay, actually I can equip that now. Perfect. That means I can go kill a death bird. Yeah. We'll do it one more time. I need to be able to equip that sword, and that sword takes 24 intelligence, 24 faith. Oh, don't worry. You guys are probably going to lose your right to protest soon. You know that big old stop oil campaign thing going on in mainly in Britain at the moment? Oh. Oh, so you guys have protesters over there blocking the roads and so on, trying to stop both people from driving in general, but also specifically trying to stop freight traffic. And people are starting to get fed up with it. Fun fact, you want to know who's funding it? A large chunk of the Stop Oil's funding comes from the British government. Yeah, it was bad. Yeah. Well, it's both. They get stupid people who think they're protesting for that, but the inevitable conclusion is people are going to get fed up, and when people get fed up enough, one of two things is going to happen, and I don't think the worst of the two. Well, I don't think the better of the two will happen because the British people aren't really in a position mentally for it. The better of the two things that could happen is the British people say, "Fuck it, I've had enough," and they just start dealing with the protesters themselves. And that happens a little bit occasionally. Yeah, and it happens a little bit occasionally, but you never see anybody just go, okay, you know what, fuck it, put it in first, take my foot off the brake, have fun. The other thing is, people, when someone in the government proposes a referendum to make those protests illegal, may back the referendum, which would be a problem because if it's worded right, they could take away all right to protest without people even being bothered to notice. Which seems like a possible objective considering the British government's funding the fucking protests. Probably brings back memories of about 260 or so years ago. Oh, you really want fun? Look up the guys who super glued their hands to the asphalt. The epoxy they used was mildly caustic, and the stuff to break the epoxy was much more caustic. I think they lost their palms. Yeah. Well, you got to remember, Toga, these are people who believe in climate change. They are not the sharpest cookies. Okay, what's the bus run on? Yeah, or you get the ones, or you get the ones who are like, oh, I drive an electric vehicle. Okay, what's your power grid run on it? It's coal, isn't it? Oh yeah, lithium's toxic as fuck. Oh yeah, China and Africa. Oh yeah. Did you see the one news story that they it came out like 2 or 3 years ago? But apparently, some companies, when it came to shipping things overseas, were looking into a new, startling technology for ways to go ahead and reduce their fuel usage. They're looking at essentially having a retractable and reusable giant ass fucking kite that they would launch off the front of the ship and catch the winds and tow themselves. I'm like, wait a minute, you're rediscovering sails. Well, yeah, because then you can funnel money into. All right, let me hop over into the stream. Oh yeah. Yeah, everything from like fixed mounted sails to like essentially yeah, so you know those like little parachutes that you can get, and you essentially deploy it, and then you'll either be on a surfboard or you'll be on water skis, and just let it pull you along. Imagine that, but with a tanker. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the refinement process results in several derivative fuels. You have gasoline, diesel, kerosene. You refine it down, pump in a little octane, and it is flammable. Wow. Okay, that's surprising, because I know that like the refinery here where I live, they have a waste product that comes out of their stuff, but like 98% of the waste product goes right back into the refinement process. Like they have boilers that they use for cracking hydrogen because they use hydrogen in the fuel enrichment process. And so all of the shit that comes out of the process that they can't really put anywhere because it's toxic, they funnel back into the burn system for the boilers for the to crack the steam into hydrogen and oxygen. Yeah, well, if we could just... Yeah, but that's going to be like a century down the line. And if we were to focus on, say, high efficiency and better functionality with what we've got, we could push that out like another 50 to 100 years. Especially once we get to the point of being able to use other fuels. The only thing that's really stopping us from using some of the best renewable fuels that we have currently is storage and transport. That's it. Like if we could find a way to store, say, liquid hydrogen without having to super chill it, then we would be perfectly fine. It's like the last hurdle in hydrogen being an efficient fuel. All right. Well, now to do something that most people in this game frown... Well, okay. The purists in this game frown upon, but people like me look at it and go, oh, hey, that's actually smart. I'm going to go get a better sword. I know I got this really bitchin' katana, but... Okay, you know what? That's getting annoying. Oh, okay, so it's just the one swing. Yeah, the funny thing is, if okay, we just up kerosene production, because those engines can burn anything. They'll probably burn pretty good on kerosene. And then... Oh, yeah. But, oh, yeah. But, yeah. And then for the other half of the equation, if we could just get China to follow the fucking rules when it comes to industry, because have you seen how much their fucking industrial stuff puts out? God, they make India look clean. Okay. Now I gotta remember how the frack to get where I want to go. So it's not that way. Well, I gotta remember the route on the map, because I have to get around this castle, And I know there's a way. My brain's just not remembering it. Okay, so should be... Okay, it's got to be somewhere along here. Let's start at the wall and move over. Okay. Nope. Nope. Okay, I think I see where I need to go. Come on, horsey. We need speed. Oh, it's a horse-goat thing. It's got horse ears, but it's got goat horns. It's got weird hooves, too. God damn it. It's not in here. No. God damn it. I know there's a way around unless they patched it out. Yeah, leave me alone, you bats. Yeah, they can be dingbats on occasion. Sadly, they're the nicer form. The mean form is a siren. All the same abilities the bats get, plus they can breathe poison and they sing a song that sounds like a woman singing until you get too close and they decide, okay, you know what, drop the pretense, we're going to kill this guy. Well, no, the monster name literally is just Siren. Or if you're in Germany, Die Lorelei. But, let's see. Okay. Direct line north until you pass under a bridge leading away from Stormville Castle. You should come to another ruined bridge. The journey is out. Stormville can only be traversed to get there, but in fact the bridge is not completely impassable. Head to the very end. Oh, okay. I need a leap of faith is what I need. Kind of surprised I didn't notice it when I was there, because I did look over the edge, but... Alright, you know what? About time I fucked you guys up. There's one more of you. Chicken shit. She's in the house. Alright. Oh. Somebody just pinged me. Da 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 da. And chilling on a server full of Brits. One of my Norwegian buddy from another server pinged me asking me if I was awake. Though he does it in a way that he knows will annoy me because he just says, woke, question mark. I'm just like, yes, I'm awake. If I was going to do that, I'd say, no, I'm not mentally retarded. Don't ask the questions, man. You may not want the answers. All right. All right, you know what? I'm just going to go medium load on this. I don't care. I'll wear the full kit. I like playing this build with a... Well, I like playing this build with a light armor load, but sadly, this one's just not going to let me do it. The meteoric iron blade I'm using is too heavy. But it does have a nice effect. It literally generates a gravity field and sucks enemies in. Sadly, it doesn't damage them with it. Yeah. They can just put my stuff in a locker for this cruise. They're going to be playing Barotrauma, and they're like, hey, you want to head over to the server? I'm like, no, just put my stuff in a locker if it does spawn my gear. I mean, hell, it would actually be beneficial to my character for them to do a run or two without me. Jesus Christ. People need to keep pinging me? Well, I think they were pinging me without talking to each other. So I was getting two conversations on the same topic. But yeah, Barotrauma, I'm running an assistant, which is a class that doesn't really specialize in anything, but I can apprentice another class and get some of their abilities, even abilities they normally can't get. Because the way the skill tree works for the classes, you can only pick either or if you have two skills at a set level within your skill tree. But when I apprentice someone, I get the entirety of one of their three skill trees, including both of the either or options. I just don't get to pick which skill tree I get. Yeah, it picks one of the three at random, and then I get every ability, even abilities they can't have. Oh yeah, my spells are hitting a lot harder with this meteorite staff. And that wasn't even the good spell. Sadly, these guys like to run away, so the good spell's not going to hit. I need another enemy. Oh, there's enemies. Oh. God damn it. Oh yeah, if you want to make arrows in this, you need bones, you need feathers, and then if you want to make specific types of arrows, you need additional ingredients. Like there's leaves you can use to make poison arrows, there's others you can use to make incendiary arrows. The really fun one is you can get the explosive crossbow bolts. One of the crossbows is literally a cannon fashioned from a jar. And so you go ahead and you aim it, you fire it, it's very brilliant explosion when you fire it, and then the explosive bolt on impact deals massive damage. But it's also heavy as fuck, so it slows your character down. You essentially turn into a freaking KV2 in the game. My tank is heavy as fuck, but no one can take shot from main gun. Okay, now I need to go talk to this guy, and he's going to give me a key to get into the academy. And then I can find him a key. Or no, sorry, he's going to direct me to a key, and then I fight the dragon, get the key. And if I get the other key that's in the academy and give it to him, he will give me one of his custom spells. I also need that. That makes my potions better.
You're Tarn, believe it or not, I studied glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Rea Lucaria. For a small donation, well, bless you, are a true saint. My name is Topes. Presuming you're interested, I can teach you sorceries as only none of...
Well, those two I already have. That one I do not have, but it's not really worth the money at the moment. He's not the only person who sells it. But he does have a spell of his own that I get from giving him the key. It's called Tulps's Barrier. It allows me to reflect spells back at their casters. And there's even a weapon I can get later on that has it as a, whatchamacallit, Ash of War, which is the special abilities for the weapons. And so I can take it off of that weapon, make duplicates, and then be able to go ahead and add the ability to block and reflect spells to other weapons. Okay, okay, that's the Jar Village. I don't need to go to the Jar Village. I need to take the long way around. Oh, actually, never mind. That is... I have to go down that route, and then there's a further route that takes me to the Jar Village. This initial route should just get me down on the level of the lake. I think. My memory is a bit hazy. Okay, yeah, this is the lake level. Question is, okay, I'm on the west side of the lake too. Perfect. If I remember correctly, you guys have some good stuff in here. This is still more power efficient. Oh, you dropped something. Oh, just a Lord-Sworn Bolt. Darn. Are there any dogs around here? I know there's dogs, I just don't see them. There's always dogs. They are the bane of this game series. Alright, what I really should be doing... Equip that. And then we'll equip this for now. I'll get a better seal in a little bit. Oh, the Lord-Sworn Straight Sword. You know what I call that? Assisted seppuku. Well, I went right in the gut. I mean, come on. Canadian healthcare at work. I'll have to do that for Jim later. I think he'll also get a laugh out of that. The Canadian healthcare system in Elden Ring, introducing assisted seppuku to be culturally diverse and representative of our Asian community members. God, that video would get yanked so fucking fast. It'd be disappear at light speed, man. Oh, come on. Making fun of liberal policies and simultaneously being slightly racist? Oh, yeah. Video? What video? We didn't hear of a video. You do have a community guideline strike, though. Okay, I know there's a save point around here somewhere. That is a nice place, but it is not a save point. Here we are. It's on the other side of these rocks. Alright, while I'm here, I need to swap my flasks around. Since I can heal with magic now, don't really need it. Okay, Shice. There is stuff I need to do over there, but not right now. Main thing is I need Sword of Night and Fire. Okay, nope, we are not fighting that thing. That's a Revenant, and I don't like them. Literally, the only efficient way to kill those things is either the Litany of Proper Death, which is a very powerful holy spell, or heal them, because healing them hurts them. And I only have one healing spell, and it's not an AoE. So I'm just going to let that guy go. Most of the Revenants have really good rewards for killing them, but they're rewards I can do without for a while. It's not worth the hassle now. Like later on down the line, I'll have the resources to where, okay, it's actually something doable. But right now, it would take several tries for me to even manage it. And I'd have to swap out spells because I'd have to equip the Litany. And I don't intend on equipping the Litany till I fight the Deathbird. Because the Deathbird blows big chunks. Nope, we're not going to go talk to her. I don't want to go to Mount Gelmir yet. Oh yay, Albinaurix. But this should be the Church of Blood. Okay. I could have swore there were some items here, if nothing else. Nope. Okay. Well, not worth my time. Okay, so there's a cave along there. This will lead me up. And up is where I wish to be. Nice. Alright. We're not going to go fighting that thing. So... Oh, are you kidding me? You know, it's been so long since I played this, I forget some of the map points. Okay, so... Okay, there should be some fire monks over here. I think. Oh, no, there's never jail. There's the teleport towers. Oh, here's a siren. You hear that, 50? It's something in Latin. But yeah, that's a siren. They're like a bat, but meaner. Oh, well, it's right there. I mean, I'll get his attention. Stop with that fucking poison shit. No one likes you doing that. I don't think he was. I don't think he was here for it. It's okay. I'll find a humanoid enemy to demonstrate it on. I just gotta wait for this frackin' poison to go away, or find a place to heal up. There we go. There's a place to heal up. And come on. Yeah, poison's very annoying, especially since the only suit that really protects you from it, it makes you look like you're covered in fungus. Though you'll never be accused of not being a fun guy. Yeah, no, I'm not putting up with you guys. Okay, let's see if I can get this guy's attention without getting the big knight. Damn it, he doesn't want to stun. Oh well. Next contestant? Oh, you look like you want to play. Come on. Come on. Come on, buddy. Come on. You want to play, don't you? Come on. God damn it. He doesn't want to stun. Don't think I didn't see you shooting shit. Oh, God damn it. I didn't expect that to stun him. Alright, either way. Alright, come on, buddy. Yeah, not gonna work on the dog. I need you. Come here, buddy. Come on. Watch this. Jim, do you know what that move's called? Well, in Canadian healthcare, that's called medically assisted death. But other people would probably call it assisted seppuku. You little bastard. How do you shoot that far? My spell would disappear halfway to you. You little cunt. Bullshit. He only has one spell. And my spell hurts more. Well, you know, 1 in 4 men. And mine doesn't lose tracking at a brisk walk. Okay, you know what? I have a solution for you. We're going to call it my final solution. There. Pulled him right off the ledge. Oh, you're that guy. I really don't want to fight you. Oh, I'm out of FP. That's why. Hey, buddy, I brought play pals for you. Oh, nice. I got a chain link flail. Okay, there's another camp up here with a couple of knights. One really big one. Oh, whew. I thought for a second those were guard dogs. I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, wait. There is a guard dog. Unfortunately for him, I brought wolves. Oh well, I shouldn't have gone for the heavy swing. I got greedy. A light swing would have killed him, but I had to go for the heavy. All right. Come on, let me through. Let me get my points back. And then we'll see. Oh, yeah. There can be only one, bitch. Actually, French, since I'm using a katana. Well, okay, the Scottish, I guess, kind of, since the katana that Adrian Paul's character got came from MacLeod, but... Here nor there. Okay, first movie. TV show was mediocre. The rest of the movies were just pretty bad. In fact, it's kind of a fan-agreed thing that Highlander 2 never happened. It was a fever dream. Motherfucker, let me heal! How do you cast that fast? Okay, my buddy, my old friend, my pal. We need to have a discussion. First things first, you're going to walk off that ledge trying to shoot me. Come on. No, you want to. Or is this a case of things where you have to shoot enough times for it to actually have you fall over? Yes, I know, wrong catalyst. There we go. Though, can I get far enough away to lock onto him for a spell? Okay, come here, buddy. Really? There we go, finally. Really, that's not... Okay, you know what? Fine. Come here, Cuddles. Okay, hitting behind you like that is a little new. Okay, we got one guard doggy left. But that healed him a little. Really? Oy vey. Yeah. I need to be faster about killing the big guy so I have all my dogs, but I am building up a nice little pile of points up there. Enough to let me go buy a few other spells I need. Especially since I managed to find the Academy Scroll, which unlocks 2 new spells with the Dishonored Witch, who's now acting as my teacher. Motherfucker! Okay, he slides way too... Well, no, after I was in the air, I was outside of his swing range, but he slid forward in mid-swing. You know what? If my points aren't there, there's no fucking point for me go... Well, there's the treasure chest up there. God damn it. Well, funny thing is, if anything in this game is a zombie, my character technically is the zombie. Oh, nice. More Raya Lucaria night gear. I really wish I had a bow and arrow just to shoot you in the head until you were dead. Though, bow and arrow in this game is not very effective, but... Come here, buddy. Nice try. Come on, buddy. Omae wa mo shindaru. Sorry, my inner weeb came out for a moment. Oh, you're already down here. All right, buddy. I have had about enough of your shit. Oh, what's the matter, buddy? You stuck? Aw, somebody's not the brightest bulb in the bunch, huh? That was cathartic. Just better hope it's not one about the Clintons. Those things tend to be lethal, man. Screw a 1 up. That'll be a -2. Hey, how's it feel, buddy? Getting hit from 4 different directions. Doesn't feel great, does it? Okay, a nice smithing stone. Oh. All right, pups, don't engage yet. All right, where the hell is he? He's... Sorry, buddy, but I have no plans to play your game. Aw, Whisker Short. Come on, buddy. All right, now you're going to activate your ability. Come on. That shield of his eats magic pretty good. Alright. You wanna fight? Let's fight. Whoa, what the? Okay. You stabbed me mid-roll. Thank you. Alright, come on. Damn it, I said switch to the fucking casting item. Fucking A. Hey, you want to dance? Let's dance. Come on. Fuck you. Hoy vey. Alright, well that gave me fresh potions. Yeah, I really, really hate those knights with the ridiculous shields. It's like, oh, your spell deals like 200 damage per hit? I'll take 10. He's going to be out of range. Nope, you are not getting close to me. I'm sorry. Not happening. Okay, come on. He was right in front of me, you retard. Okay, can I please jump off my horse? It's a fucking skill I have. This guy's got some different tricks up his sleeve. How I didn't get hit by either of those, I don't know. Alright, you know what? There's a whole bunch of you chuckle fucks down here. I really need some AoE magic. I also need to stop fucking around with those guys because it's not going to get me anywhere. Okay, blood grease is good. That was worth getting. All right. Oh, by the way, Jim, you remember the frosty chick with the forearms? That's her tower. Way up there. Okay, let me... Not quite yet. Going to see her requires defeating a boss, and I don't want to do the bosses out of order, at least not like the area unlock bosses. Bosses down in little rooms, they're just guarding a piece of treasure. It doesn't bug me too much, but I want to do the area unlock bosses in the right order. All right, we'll reset my health. Man, I am pushing my network connection. That's fun.
Well, I presume you are. Oh, I am an old concho here. Perhaps you'd like.
Okay, so you sell smithing stones 1 and 2. 3 and 4 you do not. You have, but you have them in small quantities.
Something.
Actually, you know what? I want a smithing stone 1. I can use that to improve my sword when I get it. Now, would you like to see the most aggressive... what would I call this? The most aggressive home security system when it comes to keeping people off your lawn? So you see that castle up there? That is the family manor of the witch's family from back in the day. This is their way of greeting people who come to the door. You have to run the gauntlet to be able to get, ow, to the door. It's mainly because it's mainly because they weren't smart enough in setting up the fields of fire. Realistically, then again, they still cover the entire doorway. I can mitigate some of the distance by getting around places they don't actually shoot, but getting through the front door, you still got to go through a hailstorm. Now there's the greeters inside. You see those giant hands? Yeah, that giant hand thing up on the wall is one of like 20 of them in this place before I get into the actual building proper. And there's a bunch of little ones too. It's like Cousin It's extended family. Kind of wish I had some fire magic. Jesus fuck. I think I might just have to avoid these guys. No, that was just more like, Cousin It's a hyperthyroid cousin, and he didn't like my nail trimming service. I was a little too rough. Oh, there's also something else about them that's annoying. Do you see that glowy item? Do you see what's sticking up around it? Yeah, there's a hand under the ground waiting for me to go for the item. Are you kidding me? I can't kill one of those things right now. The only way to effectively kill those spider things, the spider hands, is fire. Because when you light them on fire, they wiggle and wobble for a minute trying to put it out. And so you can damage the living hell out of them. Okay. We are just going to run and run and run. It gets marginally less bad when I get inside, because instead of the hand things, I'm dealing with spectral soldiers that can throw knives at me. Oh, and also trap spell daggers that are stuck in the ground. When you hit them, they fly up in the air and explode. All right, let's set my spawn point and refill my health. Wait, do I actually have enough points to level up? No, I don't. All right. Alrighty, let's go through you guys. Go around. All right, now there should be a drop down here. Yes, here. Now, mind you, this is still an early game area-ish, but this is like the end of the early game. So I'm really not supposed to be here at the moment. And now I get an upgrade. This is a wonderful sword. The blue attack derives power from my intelligence. The fire attack derives power from my faith. Hence, it scales in both. Still not what I would call easy, but much easier to deal with fire. Do you not agree? Frackin' A. Alright, there should be something in this fountain, item-wise. I'd like to get out from between you. I'm not meat in a sandwich, asshole. Okay. Okay. You guys want to do this again? Take two? Alright, you know what? You can have that life, you can have the points. I got the sword, I'm happy. I can go back and fight the first boss now. Or I could go clear more dungeons. Let's see here. The blade enchantment I want is there. Yeah, we'll go clear some of the dungeons in the starter area. There are several I have not been to. Ooh, actually, now that I think about it, there's one I've already been in, I just haven't finished it. Alright, that should be all the wolves in here. Cracked pot, always handy. Alright, now to go take care of a couple of demi-human queens.